Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now we can also access BW queries or whatever the characteristics or whatever the measures available in BW system. These measures and characteristics can be accessed via IDT's business layer into Web Intelligence rich client or any end user component. Understood, right?
Yep.
Now, how to create these in BW system? So if at all we want to create these kinds of characters and key figures in BW system, we need to create a data flow. Let me share. Can you see my paint window?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So when I'm talking about BW system, this BW system has different info cubes. This info cube we have accessed using our UDT and IDT. So you have your business objects towards your right, and say we have two components, designing components. One is IDT and the other one is UDT. We have created an OLAP connection in order to access the cubes which are available in BW server. Clear? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let us go to the info cube area in SAP BW system, and let's create our own info cube in BW system, and using IDT we will try to access our own info cube. To log in into your BW server, you can minimize or close your Web Intelligence. Double click on SAP logon. We have two servers here. One is BW 7.5, the other one is ECC. ECC is your OLTP system, whereas BW 7.5 is your OLAP system. So let
Yep.
me log on to BW 7.5. The credentials are same. It's BO user welcome 1234.
Right.
This is your SAP Easy Access.
Right.
In SAP Easy Access, if at all we want to create an info cube, we are going to create info cube by using certain steps. There are certain steps in order to create an info cube. So let me first show you the steps, and then I'll give you the list of the steps. Then I'll show you how to create these steps in BW server. So in order to create an info cube in SAP BW, we have around 10 steps. Info cube is nothing but it's a star schema, remember, okay, which contains dimension tables and a fact table.
Yep.
So step one is log on to SAP BW system. Then in SAP BW system, we will use some transaction codes. It's not like your BI. In SAP BW system, we are going to use some standard transaction codes. Using these codes, we can access those particular windows or those particular screens. So after entering transaction code, the transaction code is RSA1. This is a standard transaction code. RSA1, then after that we need to create info area. Info area is similar to the project which we have created in IDT. We went to file, new, and created project, right? You remember?
Yes.
So info area is similar to a project wherein it stores all the data sources, it stores all the transformation information, it stores all the characteristic columns as well as measure columns. But when we're creating info array in BW system, it's not just go to file, new, and all, but using the transaction code RSA1, we are going to create info area. I'll show you how to create an info area after the steps. The third one,
Sure.
sorry, the fourth one, after creating info area is we need to create characteristic and key figure catalogs. Characteristic and key figure catalogs are two different folders. One folder is to store all your characters. It's like your class. In your class is a folder kind of symbol, right?
Yep.
Yesterday in the last session we have seen classes and objects. So when I
Yes.
say characteristic and key figure catalogs, these are the two classes. one class, that is characteristic class, is used to store all dimensions, whereas the other class, key figure catalog, it's used to store all measures. For example, if at all, say we have a table called customer ID, customer table, then customer ID, customer name, address, all these three columns or all these three characters will be stored in your characteristic catalog, whereas customer income will be stored in key figure catalog. Your customer income is a measure object. Understood?
Yep.
Okay, now the fifth one is, after creating the folders or catalogs, then we are going to create characteristic and key figure info objects. When I say info objects, these are the objects. These objects are similar to the objects which we have created in business objects while designing a business layer. We have created classes, and inside classes we have created objects. You remember product ID, store name, so on yesterday. So
Yeah.
these objects are similar kind of objects. So when I say characteristic info objects, these are your dimension objects. And when I say key figure info objects, these are your measure objects.
Right.
Okay. Yes. Now, step 6. After creating characteristic and key figure catalog, the next one is create application component. Application component is, you want to create all these characters and key figures, or you can say your classes and objects, for which data source you want to create all these things. Whether it's a flat file data source, or is it a SQL Server database, or whether it's an ECC tables, to which tables or to which data or to which source system you want to link these tables, link these columns. It will be something like this. Later on I'll tell you, I'll draw a figure. So as of now, create application components. Okay, see, the flow will be something like this. Let us say this is a flat file. Then there will be a data source, and then the info cube. So the data will be loaded from flat file to data source, and from data source via transformation it will be updated to the info cube. So the first one is your flat file. Flat file is nothing but your Excel file or any file, or it can be your ECC table, or it can be your database table, anything. This is your flat file. And the next one is the data source. Data source is nothing but connecting your source system columns to the columns of your BW system.
Right.
Okay, connecting your source system columns to the columns of your BW system. So this is your BW system. Whereas a flat file, it may reside anywhere. Maybe it can reside in the remote system, or it can be reside within the client system. Anywhere it can be. Understood?
Yep.
Now, when I say creating application components, here we are trying to create a flat file application component because the source is flat file. So if your source is ECC system, if your source is ECC system, then the application component will be ECC. If your source is database, then the application component will be for that particular database. Now, did you understood? Or do you have any questions here?
No questions.
Hello? Okay, fine. So when I say create application components, in our case, we are going to create a flat file application component. Then the next step, after creating application component, we need to create a data source. Step 7. Create data source for transaction data. Because whatever the data we are loading, it's a transactional data. That's the reason we're going to create a data source for transaction data. This data source will be created inside your BW server. Can you see there? I have drawn data source inside BW server.
Yeah.
Whereas your flat file is created outside your BW server, or if it's an ECC system or ECC table, it has to be come from outside. Even your database tables must come from outside, not inside your BW server. That is step 7. And step 8, after creating data source, we are going to create info cube. After this, we're going to create info cube. Once your info cube is ready, then to upload the data from data source to info cube, we are going to create, first we need to pull the data from flat file to data source. First we need to extract data from flat file to data source. Remember here, we are not just extracting the structure like in your IDT and UDT. When I'm importing table, I'm importing only the structure of the table, and the original
Just
table
the column.
resides there. But here in BW server, when you're extracting the data which is present in your source system. Whereas in the business objects, during runtime, it will fetch the data based on the query. Understood?
Yep.
Okay. Now in step 9, to extract data from flat file to data source, we're going to create info package. Then in step 10, once the data is here, see, to extract data from flat file to data source, from here to here, we are going to create what? Info package. IP info package. Now once the data is available in your data source, to update this data into info cube, in between your data source and info cube. So this is your info cube. Between your data source and info cube, we are going to create transformation and DTP. DTP means, I'll tell you, data transfer process. We're going to create transformation and data transfer process. So your step 10 is create transformation and step 11 is create DTP. Create your transformation. Then step 11, create DTP. Understood now? These are the 11 steps which we are going to do in order to create an info cube and load the data from flat file to info cube. Once your info cube is ready, this info cube can be accessed via your IDT by creating business layer, and we will give access of all the characters and measure objects to the end user. Understood?
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
So now let me show you all the steps, all these 11 steps. So already I've logged on to BW server. Now the second step is enter transaction code RSA1. Then press enter from your keyboard. Enter transaction code RSA1, press enter to your keyboard. You can see now data warehousing, workbench modeling. So your BW is a data warehousing system, OLAP.
Yeah.
Even your SAP Business Objects is also an OLAP. That's the reason we have an IDT for modeling.
Right.
If it's a database, we don't have a modeling. We can only create tables and we can store data.
Right.
Okay. Yes. Now the next step is create info area. That's what the third step is. To create info area, towards your right you can see info provider here, and this is a workspace, whereas towards your left you can see there are different navigation functions. These are the different navigation functions. To create info area in modeling, go to info provider. Then right click on your info provider in your workspace, create info area, enter the technical name. I'll name it as info area idea underscore. I'll give your name SS. Now description. This description can be anything, info area for SS. Always your technical name must not exceed a size of more than 8 characters. That's the reason at the top I've given only IA underscore SS. The technical name characters must not exceed more than 8. It will not accept.
Okay.
It will throw an error.
Right.
That's the reason I've given a short technical name. But when it comes to long description, yes, you can give up to 60 characters, 60.
Yeah.
Okay. Now after providing technical name, long description, click on continue. Specify new values. I think already this name is available. Okay, it has taken this name. As of now, I have given SR. Every time when we are trying to create an info area, it will ask you a request. Click on create request. Then short description, you can enter the short description as test. Then click on Save. Then continue. Now we need to locate our info area, the one which we have created. Scroll down. You can see here info area for SS. This is the long description and this is your technical name. Understood now? Or any questions? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Cheryl? Hello?
Hello, yes, I'm back.
Okay. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay. So we have created an info area. You can see the info area here. Now the next step is we must create characteristic and key figure catalogs. To create characteristic and key figure catalogs, we must go to modeling, info objects, locate your info area once again here. Okay, after locating your info area, we are going to create characteristic and key figure info catalogs first. So right click on your info area, create info object catalog, then provide a technical name. First I'm going to create a characteristic, so I'll give the name as CHR_SZ. This is the code I have given, keyword, so that we can easily identify our characters, info areas and everything. In the description you can mention as characteristic catalog for is the spelling correct? Shenaz, sorry, SHI. Can you please spell your name?
That's fine. SHEHR.
SHEH. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you, because I'm a little confused with the words. Okay. Now, after providing the technical name and description, as I told you, you can use up to 60 characters, whereas your technical name, it must be between 0 and 8. Now click on create. Now, if you can scroll down, of course, till now it has not reflected. So what we can do is we can click on this icon, checking is nothing but validating. It's green, you can see here. Object CHAR_SZ is consistent. Then activate, click on activate button.
Yep.
If I expand this info area,
Yep.
yes, you can see characteristic catalog here. So I will repeat the same steps to create key figure catalog. Okay. Right click on info area once again and create info object catalog, provide a technical name. As this is a key figure, I'll name it as, in short name, I'll give KF_SZ, then description, key figure, catalog. Now info object type, earlier by default it is CHAR. Now you need to select key figure because we are going to create a key figure catalog. Okay. Now click on create. After clicking on create, click on check and activate check. That is, we are going to validate it. Then activate. First is check and then activate. You can also see key figure catalog. Now what is the next step? The next step is creating characteristic and key figure info objects. That is the next step. Of course, I will send you that file, all the steps file I will attach, and I will send it to your email ID. Okay, no need to write all the steps.
Right. Okay.
Now to create characteristic info objects, before that we need to make sure we are going to create a flat file. To create a flat file, you can go to Start, and or else you can open any Excel sheet. Here we have an Excel shortcut icon. Click on the Excel shortcut icon. Create a new one. Now I'll take columns. First, let me take customer ID. Make sure you give all the column names in uppercase, then name, address, income. I've taken only 4 columns as a sample table. Customer ID, let us say it's 100, and name say Steve, address say UK, income say 10,000 pounds, then say customer ID 200. I'm just inserting a sample data, then say mark 300. Now save this file in .csv format. Go to File, Save As. I'm going to save this file on my remote desktop, this PC, desktop, and I'll give this file name as customer underscore your SSI, customer underscore SS. It's saved on the remote desktop. Save.
Okay.
Now close the source file. After this, let me start creating the characteristic and key figure info object. There is a step. First, to create characteristic columns, right click on characteristic catalog, then create info objects. Info object name is customer ID. Of course, already there might be another customer ID column. That is the reason I'll give an alternate name as asset underscore ID. This is nothing but a customer ID, CUS ID. Then the description. In description, clearly you can mention as customer ID. Click on continue. Data type. These are the 4 standard data types available in BW server. There is no other data type. Always we can use these 4 standard data types: CHAR, NUMC, DATS, and fine. Okay. Now, for your customer number, you can select NUMC and length, say 10. Check, that is validating, and then activate. You need to check the message above your taskbar, whether it's activating or whether it's validating. Everything you need to check there. If there is any errors, then you need to rectify the error. So we have successfully created customer ID. The next one is customer name and address. These two fall under the category characteristic info catalog. Now right click on characteristic catalog again.
1 second. I think the screen is slowing down.
Okay.
When I view the screen, it's a bit choppy.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Can you see my screen now, wherein I have opened a create characteristic dialog box? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you need to provide customer name, technical name. So I'll name it as Z_name, customer. Continue. Select the data type. For customer name, we'll select the data type as CHAR, char. Select the data type as char and length as 15. I've given 15. Then the same step, check and activate. Validate, you can also use your keyboard, that is Control plus F2 and Control plus F3. You can also use your keypad. One is check, then the next one is activate. Now you see below customer name, then the third one is same steps, customer address.
Yeah.
Customer address and then continue. Data type, even for address, char is the data type, not any OMC. Length say 20, check and activate, check and then activate. You can see all the characteristics now inside your characteristic catalog, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now we are going to create a measure object. In BW terminology, we call the measure object as key figure. So to create a measure object, right click on key figure catalog, create info object. I'll name this measure object as income. Customer income. Continue. For income, these are the six standard data types. You can see amount, quantity, number, integer, date, time. Okay. Now for income, we can choose the data type as amount. If it's a fixed currency, for example, say the client is using pounds, British pounds. In that case, directly we will mention here. say the client is using more than one currency, like he's using pounds, he's using dollars, he's also using euros. In that case, instead of using fixed currency option, we will, at the bottom you can see unit/currency. Under this box we can give 0 currency. We can, under this we can provide 0 currency. Then check and activate. Check, activate. Now you can see all the 4 columns, 3 in characteristic catalog and 1 in key figure catalog. Did you understood here till here?
Yes.
Okay. Now the next step is create application component. You can see here steps. We have created till now 5 steps. Now we are going to create step 6, that is create application component. To create application component, go to modeling, data sources. Go to modeling data sources and we need to choose a flat file application component because a source is a flat file. So you can see different drivers here. Click on this icon, choose source systems, then go to file, and we have so many flat file connection names. If at all we want to create our own connection name for flat file, we can create a new one. To create new one, you must go to modeling source systems instead of data sources. To create a new one, we are going to select source systems, then right click on file folder, right click on file, right click on file, create. Name this as flat file underscore sc set. In description, is flat file for asset. Continue. It will take 1 or max 2 minutes because it has to generate all the files.
Okay.
You can keep checking the taskbar wherein it appears the moment it gets created. It will prompt a message saying your flat file system is successfully created. We're trying to create our own flat file here because we don't want to use somebody's flat file. Just read in shadow tables. So this is a one-time process. You don't need to create each and every time. Once the connection is established between your BW server and flat file server, enough.
Right.
You can see the message above your taskbar. Source system ff_sz created successfully.
Yeah.
Now your source file is ready. Go to modeling data sources again. Right click on your data source. You need to right click on your data source label, the label of your data source. Create application component. Create application component. We can provide a technical name. I name it as app component underscore asset. Description. Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we can create a flat file, but before creating flat file, we need to choose the system name which we have created for ourselves. So right click on your choose search systems, go to file, locate your source system name. Could you able to locate the data source? It is, we have given the name as ff_. This one. Okay. So make sure that name appears on the as a label. Now to create application component, component, right click on your data sources, create application component, name it as application component, underscore set, the description, provide technical name and long description, and click on continue. Now you can locate your application component. This is ours. How do you know this is ours? You can adjust these screens. It must appear here. Let me refresh once. Yeah, this is the one. ZAPPLN_COMP_SZ. Okay. After creating application component, the next step is to create data source for transaction data. When I say transaction data, this data has to be loaded into warehouse, and then using this data we can go for analysis. Now to create data source, go to modeling data sources. Of course, we are already in data sources. Now right click on the data source which you have created just now. Now we want to create data source. Sorry, we need to right click on application component, create data source. Create application component. After creating application component, we're going to create data source, provide a technical name for this data source. I'll name it as ds underscore asset or ss. Data source data type is transaction data, because right now we are trying to move transaction data. Data source data type is transaction data. Then click on company. Provide short, medium, and long description. I name it as ds for ss. Data source for ss. Ds for ss. Then go to extraction tab. In this extraction tab, you need to browse the source file which you have stored. Click on this icon. Customer. A file name is CUS customer underscore SS. This is the one. Open. Now, header rows to be ignored is 1, because in your Excel file, the first row is a header row. Do you remember? The column row.
Yes. Yeah.
So we want to load the data excluding the column row. We don't want columns. Now, the next step is data format separated with separator. Data separator is comma. Go to proposal tab. Load example data. It's trying to access the source file. Click on allow. Everyone splitting CSV data record 6. Record 6. Okay, let me go back to extraction tab again. We have provided all the short, medium, and long description. Then go to extraction tab, browse your source file. Okay, let me browse the source file again. One thing we missed out here, while saving, save as, we need to save in .csv format. So let me open the file. Let me open the Excel file which we have created. This is the one. Close. This is the file. While saving this file, save as CSV MS-DOS. Save as. I think so. We have saved in the Excel sheet format. Let me check once. Anyway, I will use the option save as desktop. Select your desktop. But save as type, it must not be in the form of Excel workbook. You must select CSV MS-DOS, comma separated value. Then click on save. yes. Close. Now no need to save because already I've saved. Now let me browse this file again. Click on this icon, file name, go to desktop, locate your source file, that is customer_ss. This is the file, open. Now go to proposal tab, because all other details we have filled. Go to proposal tab, click on load example data. Let me see. It's trying to access the source file. Allow. Now did you notice it has fetched all the rows?
Yeah.
Now the next step. Go to the next tab. There is fields tab. Because we are going to connect source fields, source columns with the columns of the data source. That's the reason fields we need to check. Of course, your data source will by default it generate field names. Now go to modeling, info objects, because we need to copy and paste the technical names here. First one is customer ID. Select customer ID, Control C and Control V. Sorry, customer ID. Then the next one is customer name. Asset name. Control C. Same way, the other two. There is customer address and income. Control C and Control V. Income is asset income. Control C. Control V. After copy pasting all these objects, you need to copy paste exactly what the field name appears towards your left. If the field name is towards your left, say customer ID, and you're trying to copy address, it will mismatch and it will throw an error. Okay?
Okay.
Now go to preview tab. We're going to see the data preview. Go to preview tab. Copy. You can see here reference field currency added automatically. This is the field which we have selected for the data type 0 currency. Do you remember?
Yes.
While creating key figure, I've selected the data type as number and below unit slash something is there. That is where we have selected 0 currency. Because of that, an additional difference field was added automatically. So correct. Now read preview data. Allow to activate. You can ignore the warnings. If it's an error, only then you need to go back, check the errors and rectify it. If it's a warnings, you can proceed. Continue with the warnings. Allow.
Yeah.
You can see the output here. Okay, customer ID, number, name, address, and income. Understood now how to
Sure.
create all these things. Did you understood?
Yeah.
The next step is create info cube. Next step is create info cube. To create info cube, right click, go to modeling, info provider again. Locate your info area. This is the info area. On top of this info area, we are going to create info cube. Right click, create info cube. Provide a technical name and a description for this info cube. When I say info cube, it is similar to your star schema model. I'll give the technical name as IC underscore info cube underscore SZ. Then the description, info cube SZ. That's it. All we need to provide is a technical name and a long description. Click on create. I'm trying to refresh the entire tree so that my info cube can be visible inside info area. Okay, as of now, towards the right, you can see the object status in inactive. Only when you active, it is displayed inside your info area. Inside your info area. So check and then activate. Dimension. Okay, it has thrown some error. As I told you, whenever it throws an error, you need to rectify it. So first let me close this and click on this icon, info object, catalog. Double click on characteristic catalog, which we have created. Expand characteristics folder. Then add all these three columns in your customer dimension. Let us say your IC underscore some technical name. You can add all these columns in dimensions. Then we have key figures as well. So click on this icon again, double click on key figure, expand key figures folder, customer income. Okay, now you can see that under dimension 1, you can see, of course, nothing is added in dimension 1. Okay, let me add it again. Double click on characteristic catalog because all your characteristic info objects are stored inside your characteristic catalog. Then expand characteristics folder. Select all characteristic info objects. drag and drop into dimension 1. Okay, now you can see inside your dimension 1 customer ID, name and address. Now check and activate. Check. Checking is nothing but you validating and then activate. Okay, still it has not reflected, but you can see here object status is active and executable. Now, after creating info area, the next step is we need to extract data from flat file to data source. To do that, we can create info package. That's what I told you. We can create info package to extract data from source system to data source. Let me show you how to create info package. Go to modeling, data sources, then right click on your data source name, yeah, info package, the last option. So did you understood the purpose of info package?
Yeah, sure.
It will extract data from source file to the destination system. Now create info package, provide a technical name and a long description. It's prompted only for a description. I named this description as IP_SS save. Now below your data source you can see info package. After info package, the next step you can see here, it is transformation. After creating info package, the 10th step is create transformation. To create transformation, right click on your data source itself, create transformation. Okay, target object type. What is the target system? It is InfoCube. And the technical name we need to provide. We need to provide the same technical name. I've named it as IC_SZ. If you want, you can also double check. Just scroll up. Of course, here it's not there. You can also double check. IC_SZ is the technical name of your InfoCube. Now click on continue. Info package saved, yes. Now you can see the transformation. You can see all the source columns are linked with the target table columns. Understood this one? How to create info package?
Yeah.
And then transformation. Once your transformation is created like this, you can also validate and activate. Validate and then activate. Now the last step, create data transfer process. To create data transfer process, we must go to modeling, info provider.
One second, video. Can I just come back in 5 minutes?
Yes.
I'll be back soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So we were talking about creating transformation. So in creating transformation, towards the left, you can see there's a data source. You can see DS for SS. That is the description I've given. Whereas towards the right, you can see InfoQ for SZ. So as per this diagram, we have created transformation between data source and InfoQ. Okay.
Yep.
Now I'm going to create DTP. This DTP I'm going to create between data source and InfoCube again. So before creating DTP, let me activate my transformation. Check and activate. Check, then validate, and then activate. Now, the last step is create DTP. Before creating DTP, you can refresh your entire tree once. We want to create DTP. DTP can be created either at info provider or at data sources. If we are trying to create a data source, right click on data source, create data transfer process. You can see this DTP is going to create between InfoCube and data source. Now click on continue. Now extraction tab. Extraction mode must be full. So when you're loading data for the first time, the extraction mode will be full. If you're loading data from next time onwards, second time onwards, only then the extraction mode will be delta. Okay? First time load, it is full. From next time onwards, it is from next time onwards, it is delta. Now go to update tab, the next tab, and error handling, select the last option, request green, valid update records. Then execute tab. Before clicking on execute, make sure you activate this execute. Right click, activate. Continue. Now click on execute. Every time when it loads the data, this request will be generated. Click yes, request status. You can see all the processes are in green color. Go to header tab. Click on target. Contents tab. InfoCube content. You want to check the data in InfoCube. Now field selection for output. So we can check what all fields are required in the business objects reporting. Based on the requirement, we can check the required fields. I want customer address, I want customer ID, customer name. Of course, all the measure objects or key figures will be checked by default, then execute. Again, click on execute. As of now, it has not pulled any data. Let me check the reason. All the steps are correct. The only thing is it has not updated the data from data source to info queue. It will display here. Let me create another DTPAT info provider. Let me see. This is another way of creating DTP. Expand your info area, then info queue. You can see it. There is a DTP folder here. Right click on it. Create data transfer process. Again, I am creating. This time I am creating by using info provider, not by using data source. Now continue. Extraction tab. Extraction mode, as I told you, it's full. Update tab. Select the last option. Request query, valid update records. Then go to execute tab. Before executing, activate it. Continue with the warnings. Then execute. Request status, yes. It has to load. Everything is fine. See, you can see all the requests are in green color. Let me check once again. If at all at any screen, from any screen, if at all you want to go to home page, in your T code box, \n and press enter from your keyboard. It will take you to the home screen, then RS7 again. Let me check for info package once again, because last time we created info package. The data has to be requested in the info package. Go to schedule tab and click on start. Allow. Data was requested. So when you execute info package, it means the data has been loaded from flat file till data source. And once the data is available in data source, from there we can update the data into info queue. So just now I have again started the execution of info package. Now let me go to DTP again. Go to modeling, info provider. Let me double click on any DTP. Now execute. Click yes. Okay, now you can see here data package 1 out of 3 data records. So in our flat file we have loaded 3 data records. Now go to header tab and this time you can check for the output. Click on target. Go to contents tab, info cube content. Field selection for output. Check all the required fields: customer address, customer ID, customer name, and then click on execute. Again click on execute. Do you see the output here now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how they create an info cube and they load the data into info cube. This info cube data, if we now use IDT, we can create a report using web intelligence. So we can create again another OLAP connection to access this info cube, and then we can open the end user component, that is web intelligence, to access this reporting data. Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Let me minimize this and let me quickly create a business layer for this info cube. Open IDT, not UDT, open IDT. I'm going to use the same project, whatever the project we have created. Expand your project and right click on project name, new OLAP connection. And name this as BW underscore SS. This is our connection name. Click on next. Select the driver, that is a SAP BICS client. Move to next. Provide all the parameters. Client 001 username, BO user password, welcome 1234, then server name, BODS is the server name, system number 22, test connection. Yes, test successful.
Right.
Close. Go to next. Expand info area. Now you know what is info area, right?
Yeah.
Locate your info area. Info area SZ. Let me refresh. After refreshing, again you can expand your info area. It must reflect here. Okay, let me check the info area name. Go to home page and RS7 is the transaction code. This IC underscore, sorry, IA underscore SZ. This is the technical name, info area for SS. Let me try to locate. Okay, no data found. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me create a query on top of this info area. Maybe it will reflect that. Already we have an info cube, and this info cube we have loaded data. Let me create a query. To create query on this info cube, you must go to Bex Query Designer. Click on Start. You can see here Query Designer. Run. Provide password. That is welcome 1 2 3 4. Click OK. Password we need to enter correctly. Okay, this is where we can create a query on top of the info area. To create a query, go to Query, New, select Info Areas folder. Now you locate your info area here. It is info area IA underscore SS. Yes, can you see here? It is IA underscore SZ is the technical name, whereas description is info area for SS. Double click. This is the info cube we have created. IC underscore SZ. Click on open. Expand your dimension 1. We have created customer ID, name, address, and customer income. Go to rows / columns tab. Then you can select all the required objects. from dimension 1 and drag and drop them into columns. Now your key figure or measure, that is customer income, drop into rows. Now save all, save the query. Description, I name it as I've named it as xz_bex query. Click on save. By default, it gets saved in the favorites folder. Click save. You can see the query name here, sz_bex query. Now let me open IDT once again. Information design tool. Refresh. Okay, it is IA_SZ. That's the technical name. Okay, first we need to create OLAP connection. This is the first step we need to do. BW_SZ. We don't have this connection here, BW_SZ. Click on next. BSES client, there is the driver. Click on next again. Provide all the details. Client is 001. Username, Vivo user, password. Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Application server, there is VODS. System number 22. Test connection. Close. Move to next. This is where we got stuck. Info areas. So this one. Okay, this is the one. Expand, select your Bex query. This is the Bex query name I have given. sz_Bex query. Click on finish. Now you can see there's a BW OLAP connection here. If at all an end user wants to access this connection, we need to publish this connection to a repository. Provide password, but password is welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Now click on connect. Okay, now click on finish. You can also create a connection shortcut for this. Click yes. This is a connection shortcut. Now, in order to access this InfoCube for an end user, the end user, in order to access this InfoCube, we must create a business layer. Right click, new business layer, OLAP connection, go to next. And enter same name again, business layer underscore BW underscore SZ. Move to next. Select your OLAP. This is the one. This is secure connection. Go to next. Next again. These are the columns it has: customer ID, name, address, and income. Click on finish. Now we can also test the query here. Go to queries, new query. You can add customer ID, customer address, customer name, and then income. Refresh for the data preview. Okay, did you got it?
Yeah.
So this is how an end user can access an end user or a universe designer, the consultant who works on UDT and IDT. They can access the InfoCube data from BW system. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So, do you have any questions till now? Whatever we have done in today's session.
No questions. I mean, I think the main thing is lab sessions for myself, basically. Just watching the video, going through it myself.
Yes.
So beyond that, I mean, in terms of the other capacities of BO, so if I'm thinking specifically,
okay, you're talking about the BO textbook, right?
The BO textbook, but just before that, I mean, you have IDT and you have UDT. I mean, by the time that we've completed the course, I mean, will I have knowledge of both?
Yes.
Yes. And then when it comes to the dashboard components, I mean, you said that Lumira was
yes.
best, basically. I mean, is that the one that I learn, or?
Yeah, Lumira is the dashboard. We are going to concentrate more than Design Studio.
Okay, fair enough. And then I guess web intelligence for reporting. That's
yes,
prioritized.
Yes, because the key area is the modeling as well as the universe designing. Once we come to reporting, we are going to cover most of the functionalities available in the reporting, but reporting quickly we can do it.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the reason why I'm spending more time in modeling is most of your interview questions will come in this modeling part. Almost 75% of the interview's questions are expected from IDT, UDT, or this modeling part. The remaining 20%, 25 from your reports, because reports, it's easy. All you need to do is just connect it, create reports, use different functionalities.
Okay.
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 Any other question?
No, I mean, the last one just about the textbook, if it's available.
Okay. So textbook, instead of textbook, I have a soft copy. Let me check. If I have a soft copy, then I'll upload that soft copy and I will send it to you.
Okay.
Okay, because textbook usually, even if you take textbook, you won't understand much, even if I send a soft copy of the material. Because when you're working, it's always better to know the key areas, because within short span, no one can master business objects.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the reason I have all the project related document, wherein using this directly you can get into the project, you can work on the project, you can create business layers, you can create OLAP connections, you can create reports, everything. And slowly you can refer the textbook or the material which I sent you, the one which I uploaded to you. Okay. Any other questions?
For now, no, thanks.
Okay. So tomorrow, as I told you, like we are going to meet 6, not around 5 o'clock tomorrow. Is that okay? 5 p.m.
5 p.m. is fine.
Okay. So tomorrow we'll meet at 5 p.m. then. Okay.
That's fine. And the session duration will be how long?
Session tomorrow, it will be 3 hours.
3 hours. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And then one thing I should say, I think Monday actually I've got I'm busy at I've got an appointment at 3:45.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably be out probably
Okay.
3:15 to 4:15, just to let you know.
Okay.
But
So
beyond that, I'm free on
okay, after 4.
Monday. After 4:15.
Okay. So anyway, you just let me know. Okay.
Sure.
You can also email me. So based on that, we will do it on Monday. Okay.
That's fine.
Did you got the yesterday's recording? The link?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then maybe even this recording you're going to get it from, because all this recording access with admin, they're going to send
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Okay, fine.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, fine then. We'll catch up tomorrow at 5 p.m. Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah. Welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. So did you receive the recording, last session's recording?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Okay, so in that case, you need to email them
Yeah.
because all the videos will be with the admin. If it is go to meeting, then I can send it to you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let me share my screen. One moment, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So in the last session, we have seen how to load the data into InfoCube, flat file data into InfoCube, and using that data, we have also created a BEX query, right? And that BEX query be accessed using business layer, which we have created in IDT. Okay?
Yep.
Let's continue from there. Let me open a remote desktop.
But one thing I should say, I mean, I was using the remote desktop earlier today.
Okay.
I was trying to tinker around with things in ITT, but for some
Mhm.
reason it wasn't really working. Like I could get onto the system, but then like things wouldn't work as they should. I couldn't, for an example, whenever I created a project, I couldn't really expand. Like I couldn't see any connections. I couldn't see any data foundation or anything. Whenever I hit the plus sign, it just disappeared.
Oh, you cannot see any connections. Did you
Yeah.
save it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me check. One moment. So this is the remote desktop, and say on which software did you work? SAP Logon or IDT? IDT.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the shortcut for information design tool. Can you do one thing? Can you try to open now? Because I'm just trying to open it. Can you try to open the remote desktop and make sure you double click on information design
Yeah.
tool, and you please let me know whether you could able to open it or not, and you could able to find your work.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in IDT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like I can see my project,
Okay.
but for some reason, and anytime I hit the expand button, when I hit the plus button, it just disappears. But I don't see anything. And also the same thing for Shiro's BO project, which is the one that we've been working on in the class. Same thing. Like I hit the plus sign, but then nothing expands. I don't know why. So I can't see any connections. I can't see any data foundation. I can't see anything. I just see the list of projects.
Okay. Is it possible for you to share your screen? Do you have that option?
Yeah, I can. 1 second. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Can you expand the project?
I mean, for example, if I click on Shiro's, in
Uh-huh.
fact, one thing I'll do is let me just close it down for a second.
Yes.
And I'll open again. So IDT.
Okay.
And then it's opening up, and it should. Okay, so now you have these expand options.
Yes.
So then you have Shiro's BO project, but then instead of anything showing up, it just disappears.
Okay.
And the same thing goes for what I've been working on just recently, which is this one.
Okay. Can you
So
can you expand the first one, Amit?
This one?
Yes, first one. First one, top.
Yes. This one. Okay.
Yes.
Same thing.
Okay, I think so. They have cleansed everything. All the data they might have removed it because usually what happens is sometimes they do the maintenance thing. So while during maintenance, everything will get removed.
Okay.
And that's what it might have happened.
Okay.
Let me check from my end. Okay.
Okay. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, you stop sharing so that I can share my screen. Just let me open my remote desktop.
Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. No, nothing is there. Means everything is washed away. So only the project is there, but inside project, the connectivity information or the business layers which we have created, all these things are not
Right.
available.
Right.
So what we need to do is we need to create once again all these things. So let me quickly create here OLAP connection. When I say OLAP connection, it's your BW underscore OLAP. Your BW is an OLAP system. That's what I told you. Move to next.
Yeah.
Select your BW 7.x driver, that is SAP BIS client. Then move to next. Provide all these parameters. Client is 001. Username, view, user, password. Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Then of course system ID they haven't provided. Server name. Server name is BODS. BODS. System number is 22. Click on test connection. Test successful, close. Move to next. Expand info area and locate your info area. Could you able to locate your info area? Okay, this is your info area. Info area
yes,
for
yes.
expand this one and select your info cube. And last time we have also selected the Bex query. SZ underscore Bex query. Click on finish. Okay, now connect to your repository resource, open session, provide password as welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all the connections which we have created. This connection must display here. Okay, now we'll expand. Dear user, welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Password. Test connection once again. Connection is successful. Close. Move to next and select your Bex query. Click on finish. Save. Save all. Connection is saved. It has customer ID, name, address, and customer income. Now we want to access this using this connection. We want to create business layer. So before creating business layer, we must publish this connection to a repository. But right now it's not displaying. Okay, let me open Web Intelligence once. Let me check
Okay.
whether could I able to access business layers using Web Intelligence. This is the shortcut for Web Intelligence. This is one of the reporting component.
Yes.
More, click on more. I think so. This is yesterday's one which we have created. This one, BL underscore SS underscore OLAP, right?
Yes.
Let me provide the password. It is welcome 123 for lowercase. Then click OK. Yes, it's displaying the business layer query. So we have used store ID, store country, store revenue. Then click on refresh for data preview. Measure not found. Okay. So if you get this message measure not found, what you can do is delete store revenue, expand your measure object, store revenue, formatted value. Double click on this. Now refresh. You can see there the output.
Yep.
Okay, so this output they have taken from a BW source. It's an info cube. Now, so your web intelligence is working fine. You could be able to access all your business layers, but the only thing is, as of now, the business layers, whatever we have created inside the project, it's not visible. That's the problem
Okay.
we are facing. So let me open a universe. Let me check in universe as well. UDT, Universe Design Tool.
Yeah.
Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is a universe creation wherein you can create a universe using wizard. We don't want this, cancel. Let me open. Already the created universe, click on open. SS underscore UR9. I think so. This is the one we have.
Yeah.
You or I have created last time.
Yeah.
So this universe has different classes and objects. Of course, for this universe, we don't have any tables because already all the tables related modeling part have been done in BW system. This is like an OLAP universe, OLAP connection. So all we need to do is Let's go to Tools. Okay, so you can access this query as well from Web Intelligence. The name of the universe is SS_UNI.
Yep.
This is a Web Intelligence rich client, which is a client version. We have browser version. Your browser version of Web Intelligence is known as SAP Business Objects BI, Business Objects BI platform, Java BI Launchpad. So this is your Launchpad for browser-based reporting. Double click on it. Provide a password. Click on this icon, Web Intelligence. This is Web Intelligence. The previous one is Web Intelligence Rich Client. There is a client version, this is a browser version. Click here. First time when you're opening Web Intelligence browser version, it will take time. Do you want to continue this? Running this application may be security risk. Accept and run. So you can request for your, later on you can request for your video link, yesterday's. Now you can see SAP BI Launchpad in Web Intelligence. Click on New. Select Universe. And try to locate SS_UNID. Is it available here? SS_UNID? No, right?
No.
So what we must do is after creating this universe or OLAP connection, you can see the connection parameters here. Go to File, Parameters. What is the connection we are using here? What is the connection? It is BW server. See there all the details. 001 application server BODS 22.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want to publish this universe. To publish this universe, go to File, Export. Click continue. Where to export? Export to everyone. Or export to administrators. Select the universe and then click OK. Universe successfully exported. Now let me locate in the web intelligence. As I told you, this is a browser based, you can see the internet symbol here.
Yeah.
Explorer. Now expand your web intelligence. Go to new, file new, double click on universe again. Do you remember the business layer name over there?
I think it was SSBL if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I think look at SS first.
SS, right?
Yeah.
Refresh the universe list once. This is the one.
SSUNI, yeah.
Double click on this, so it will reflect here. The moment you publish, that universe will reflect here. Now, whatever the objects you want to add to your query object box, you can expand and you can double click. Maybe let me expand time. Then category. And then maybe then a key figure. Now click on refresh for data preview. As it's trying to pull information from ECC system, ECC system has more values compared to any other database because your ECC system contains more table values. It's a default database. Whenever you try to extract any data or whenever you try to pull the data, by default all these ECC tables are filled with at least a minimum of 10,000 records. But whereas if it is your database, custom database and all, hardly it takes time because hardly they may have some 1,000 records. It's taking time. So now you understood, right, how to create a IDT, how to create a business layer in IDT and universe in UDT. Did you all understood?
Yeah.
You understood everything, right? You don't have any questions till here?
No.
Okay, good. Cancel it as it's taking too much of time. Let me run query. Found it to execute on the next queries in a record that is starting the hours of time or during locate. So you have three options here, the data retrieval option. One is restore the results from the previous data retrieval or purge all data from the document. We don't want to use this. Return the partial results. Yes, we can choose the last option for partial results. I think it's in my server it got stuck. Can you do one thing? Can you open the remote desktop? You'll be getting the same screen and click OK.
Okay, one
Always
second.
make sure you're ready to open your remote desktop during the session. When I require, I'll ask you. Okay?
Okay. Okay, connecting now.
Okay. You can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm about to. One second. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. So did you got the same error?
Yes.
Okay, close this. Close this query panel. Close it. Now go to new. Click on new icon. Towards the left top, you can see Web Intelligence. The first icon is a new icon. Click on new icon. Before that, you need to. Do you want to?
Well, it says you will lose your changes. Do you still want to exit?
Yes. Say yes.
Yeah. Yes. Then you. Universe.
Yes. Universe.
Then SSUNI.
Yes. SSUNI. Okay. Can you do one thing? Can you? Okay. Other than SSUNI, do we have? We have created some other universe in IDT. Can you locate? Can you try once this universe? You can cancel this one. Click on new again. Go to universe. Do you still want to exit? Yes. Okay, go to universe. Okay.
SSUNI again.
Not SSUNI again. Can you scroll up? We want to check the universe which we have created in IDT. Is that universe visible here so that we can use that universe? The name of the universe is S. S. You can check in S. No. Okay, there's only one universe. Ours. It's only ours. This is underscore. Okay. Because the problem with this is the query is not executing. We don't know the person who created InfoCube in BW system. We don't know whether that InfoCube contains data. So it will fetches the data here only if the InfoCube is filled with data. If there's no data in InfoCube, it will throw us an error. Okay, that's the reason I told you to locate some other thing. Okay, you can do one thing. You can scroll up and look for eFashion, the default universe. There will be a default universe called eFashion.
Yep.
Before selecting eFashion, can you check with the alphabet B, business layers? Do we have a business layer? You can scroll up and check for alphabet B. There's a universe, right? BL underscore SS underscore OLAP. Can you see there? Yes.
Yes.
No, not that one.
This
Below
one.
that. Yes. Yes. Can you?
Select.
Yes. Double click on it. So even if we have created an OLAP connection in IDT, that connection can be accessed in your UDT. Now double click on store ID, double click on store country, double click on store country, the first one. Store
This one.
country, no, not that one. Below store ID, you have store country, right?
Yes.
Yes, double, not that one, the other one.
This one.
Yes. Double click. Now, can you expand store
Store revenue.
Yes. And double click on the last one, not that one. Last one, store revenue formatted. You can
Okay.
select that and click on delete. Select that and click delete from your keyboard. Now click on refresh. Towards your left, there is a refresh.
Oh.
Towards your left, bottom, at the bottom, towards the left, in your query panel screen, towards the left, not there. Sorry, towards your right, data preview, and towards your right is a refresh.
You mean this?
Not that one. We have. Did you click on run query?
No.
Okay. Then.
Oh, here. Yes. Okay.
Yes. So what it says, measure not found. Okay, so close, and can you delete the measure over there? Close this. You delete the measure, store revenue. Delete. Click delete from your keyboard. Then can you add store revenue currency? The second last one. Double click. Now refresh the data preview. Click on refresh. Okay, now you can see what it says. It's not displaying the values.
Yeah.
Now can you double click on store revenue formatted value? Keeping this measure object, double click on store revenue formatted value. Yes, refresh. Okay, now you see this is an output. Okay, this output we got it from this SAP BW info cube. Okay, now click on run query. Okay, so you got the report here. To this report, of course, we can add many reporting functionality. So we can see that. So now you're familiar with how to create an OLAP connection and how to access this connection using web intelligence or by rich client, right?
Yep.
Good. Next one. Can you go back to your, you can minimize this and open SAP BW logo. You can close this. This is not required. This is a SAP logon shortcut. Do you see there in your desktop? SAP logon shortcut.
Oh, right. Okay.
Now double click on 7.5. username is BO user, password in lowercase 1, welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure you enter the password correctly.
Sure.
Yeah, it's BO US. Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, RSA1, can you provide RSA1 in the box?
RS.
A1, in your transaction code box, you need to enter RXA1. Enter.
Transaction RXA1 does not exist.
Doesn't exist? Okay, not X. RS.
X.
Yes. Okay. Now you can see data warehouse workbench model. See, can you look at our info area? It's already there. Info area
Yep.
for SS. So last time what we did is we have loaded data into info cube. There's another target called as DSO. In a BW, we have another target called as DSO. We can also create reports using this DSO, data store object. Okay.
Yep.
So let me quickly show you that, because if you do, it will take a lot of time. Can you close the server and
Yep.
close your
Sharing.
screen share option?
Yep. 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out.
Yes. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Click yes. Resume screen share. Can you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me look at your info area. That is info area SS. Yes. Now to create DSO. DSO is another kind of targeting BW system. To create DSO, we can use the same data source, but we are going to create DSO target, and as usually we'll create transformation and DTP, data transfer process. In the last session, I've shown you all these things. Okay?
Yep.
It is like can you see a paintbrush?
Yes.
Okay. So what we are trying to do now is, already we have a flat file. From this flat file, we have created a data source. And using this data source, we have updated data into DSO. Sorry, we have updated data into InfoCube. Now the same data we want to load into DSO. So this is a flat file. This is your data source. The next one is InfoCube. This is what we have loaded last time. And the below one is your another target called as DSO, which stands for data store object. It stands for data store object. See. This is the data flow we have done last time. To load the data from flat file to data source, we have created info package. You remember? Do you remember?
Yes.
And to upload the data from data source to InfoCube, we have created transformation and DTP, that is data transfer process. Now, the same data, this time we want to load into a DSO. This is one of the targets. The difference between these two targets is your InfoCube will store summarized data. Your InfoCube will store summarized data, whereas a data store will store detailed data. Okay?
Yep.
So I hope you understood. It stores summarized data, whereas your DSO stores detailed data.
When you say the InfoCube stores summarized data, you mean like indexes?
Yes. Summarized data using index, whereas your DSO, it's like a table.
Yeah.
Okay, now you understood, no, the difference between these two targets?
Yeah.
Okay. So if at all you want to load data from data source, the same way we'll create transformation and then data transfer process. The reason why we are not creating another data source is already the data is here in your data source, as we have created the first step. In the first step, we have created how to extract data from flat file to data source, that is using info package. I hope you remember info package. Okay, info package is used to extract data from flat file or source system to your data source, and your data source already contains an extracted data from a flat file. Did you got the point?
Did I what?
Did you understand this?
Yes.
Okay. Now let me show you how to create DSO, data store object, and then how to load the same data from DSO to from data source to TSO. Okay, so let me go to the let me go back to the remote desktop. I hope you can see my remote desktop.
Yeah.
Right click on info area, create data store object. Right click on info area, create data store object. You can give a technical name. I'll give the technical name DSO underscore SZ. This is the technical name I've given. Description can be anything. Then click on create. Towards your left, you can see settings, key figures, data fields, right? Sorry, towards your right, not left.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So here in DSO, you don't have any dimension tables and key figures because your info cube contains dimension tables and key figures as is the star schema model. Whereas your DSO is similar to your table. That's the reason you don't see any dimensions or key figures. Understood now?
Yep.
Now to add data to the key fields. So we're going to add data to the key fields as well as data fields. Click on this icon, Info Object Catalog. We have created two catalogs. One is characteristic catalog, we store all the characteristic objects, and the other one is key figure catalog. So double click on characteristic catalog. Expand the folder, expand characteristics folder. Then you can add all these objects into your key fields. Okay. Now the same way, click on this icon, Info Object Catalog, double click on key figure, expand key figure folder, drag and drop this key figure into data fields. Okay.
Yep.
After doing this, validate, that is check, and then activate. You can see the message above your taskbar. Do you see DSO just below your info queue?
Yes.
So it has activated successfully. But the only thing is, we haven't yet loaded the data. To load the data, we want to create a transformation in DTP between data source and data store object as per the diagram. So let me do that. To create transformation, go to modeling, data sources. This is the application component we have created last time. Now you can right click on your data source for SS, create transformation. But this transformation we are going to create between data source and data store object. Don't get confused between data source and data store object. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So now object type, your target. Your target is data store object. Select data store object classic. A name. You must provide the same technical name. Whatever the technical name you have given while creating DSO, that is DSO underscore SZ. Okay, then
Yep.
you can see the transformation here.
Yes.
And your transformation is between data source and DSO. Validate it again. Continue. Activate. Continue. transformation activated successfully. Now what is the next step we need to do? Create data transfer process. To do that, go to modeling info provider, refresh entire tree once, click on this refresh icon and select the second option, refresh entire tree. Now you can expand your DSO. Right click on DTP folder, create DTP. All these steps are same. Last time we did all these steps. Continue. Extraction mode is full. Last time I told you, if it is a first time load, you need to select extraction mode as full. If you're loading it for the second time by adding new records to your existing source file, in that case, extraction mode, you're going to select delta. But as of now, it is full. Did you understood here, this point?
Yes.
Okay. Now go to update tab and error handling. Select the last option, request green, update valid records. Means you're trying to update only the valid records into your DSO. If there are any records invalid, these invalid records has to be written in the error stack. That's what the meaning says. An error stack is a kind of a small table wherein it stores all the invalid or incorrect records. Okay?
Yep.
Now go to execute tab. Right click on execute button and activate. Continue with the warnings. Now execute. Click yes. Request status. Expand data package. You can see there are 3 records which has been updated. 3 out of 3. So in a data source, we have 3 records. These 3 records have been updated from the flat file by creating info package. Now from the data source, we have successfully loaded these 3 records into DSO. Okay.
Yep.
Now go to header tab. You want to see the output. Click on target. Then go to contents tab. In DSO, we have 3 different tables. When I say updating data from data source to DSO, this DSO has 3 different tables. First one is new data table. Second one, active data table. The third one is change log. These are the three different tables. So when you load data for the first time, the data will be loaded in your new data table. First time when you're loading, the data will be loaded in the new data table. And this data is not allowed for reporting. Means end users cannot take reports on the DSO targets if the data is available in new data table. This is just an inactive data. This is just an inactive data. Did you understood?
Yeah.
So if the end users are waiting, say suppose the end users who are working on business objects, they want to make a report on DSO. Unless until the data is not activated in DSO, the end users cannot access this data. They have to wait.
Right.
Okay, so that's the reason what we are going to do is, whatever the inactive data we have in new data table, we will move to this active data table so that the end users can start working on their reporting requirements. Okay?
Yep.
Now to do that, first let me check in the new data. Click on new data button. The number of entries, 3. See here, we have loaded
Yes.
3 data records. Now close. First let me check all the 3. Execute. Okay. Customer ID 100, 200, 300. Customer name Steve, Mark, John, and income is 10,000, 8,000, and 9,000. Okay.
Yep.
Now go back. Back again. So this inactive data, now we want to activate it so that the data is visible in your active data table. To do that, go to Request tab. Select this entire request by clicking on this icon. There's an icon at the beginning. By clicking on that icon, select the entire record. Then at the bottom you can see there is an activate button. Click on this activate. Activate data in DSO. This dialog box appears. Select your request ID by clicking on here. Then execute it. This is your execute button. Click on start button. Start button is nothing but your execute. After clicking on the start button, now go to jobs. Simple job selection, this window opens. Execute the job. Do you see the status? It's active now.
Yeah.
Now go back. Again, click on back, close this. Now go to Contents tab. Click on the button Active Data. Number of entries, 3. So whatever the invalid data we have loaded in new data table, this invalid data has been activated and now it has been stored in active data table. From here, so once the data is available in active data table, the end user can start creating report on this data. Now close and execute. Okay.
Yep.
Now go back. Go to your home page, /in. Now we are going to create a query on top of this DSO. To create query, query designer, run, provide password, go to query new. From here you know all the steps. Select info areas folder, locate your info area. Info area. This one. This time we are going to select DSO, not info queue. So select your DSO and then open. So this DSO has the same fields: customer ID, name, address, and then customer income. Same way, select row/columns, add income to your rows, and the characteristic columns, select all the characteristic columns and add them to your columns tab. Save the query. By default, all the queries will be saved in the favorites. All you need to do is change the description and give this name as _. SS. Save. The query is saved now. So from this query, you can create a universe, or you can create a business layer out of this query so that the end users can easily access this particular target. Understood now?
Yep.
And I hope you know how to create business layer or universe using ID10.
Yep.
Same steps. That's the reason I'm not going to repeat the steps again. Okay.
Sure.
Now we will move to the next server. There is another server called as ECC. Can you see here?
Yeah.
This is one of the source systems from SAP again. Along with flat file, the source can also be an ECC system. This ECC system is an application-oriented system. It has few functional applications like logistics, human resources, finance and controlling. Second one, finance. Third one is human resources. Fourth one, industry specific. Okay, these are the different ECC systems. So till now we have seen how to load the data from a flat file. Whereas you can also use ECC as a source and load this data into a default data source, and from here you can load the data either into Cube or into your DSO. Okay.
Yep.
So let me show you direct steps. We don't require too many steps here. Like a flat file loading, we have created almost 9 to 11 steps. But here in ECC, everything is predefined. So we separately no need to create any table or no need to create data source. Everything is predefined. The only thing we want to do is just execute it. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. So let me take you to ECC server. Double click on ECC EHP7. ECC stands for Enterprise Central Component, EHP Enhancement Pack 7. So double click on ECC EHP7. Notice here the client is 800, it's not 001. When you're working with different SAP source systems, the client numbers, it keeps on changing. Okay.
Yep.
Now provide the same username password. View user and welcome 1234. Even your ECC system will have some transaction codes. So before moving to this ECC system, can we have a small 10 minutes break?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just 10 minutes break.
Okay.
I,
Out of
I,
interest. Yes.
I'll just unmute it, that's all.
Okay. So we come back 6:25. And then we go until, is it 8 o'clock or
Yes,
8 o'clock?
8
Okay.
o'clock or 7:45. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Could we have 15 minutes?
Yeah, you can take 15 minutes, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Okay. See you soon.
Yeah. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about ECC system. Your ECC system, the client is not 001, but it is 800. The client keeps changing uh, based on the location. So suppose if the client is from UK, they may give a different client number. If he's from US, they'll give a different client number. It's like that. Okay,
Okay.
but as there's a training server, both. What are the servers we were using now? When it's business objects or InfoCubes, there's BW or your ECC. These are all the training servers. Now, just like your BW system, even your ECC has transaction codes. To access anything from ECC server, you must use transaction code. In ECC system, we have the standard tables as well as a custom defined table. But most of the time, we will use the standard tables and the standard data sources. One such standard table in ECC is, of course, before moving to the tables, I was talking about different applications. Can you see my Notepad file in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Mean paint.
Yes, the paint one.
Yeah.
First one is logistics. When I say logistics, in logistics itself, there are many SAP modules. Example, in logistics, we have sales and distribution, material management, customer service, CRM.
HR.
Yeah, no, HR is a different module again. You can see the third one, third application is a HR. So in logistics, we have all these things.
Right.
And when it comes to finance, we have FI,
FI. Yeah.
finance and controlling. Actually,
Yeah.
these two are two different separate modules, but integratedly they call it as FICO, finance and controlling. Then, of course, we have SAP Human Resources, HR or HCM, Human Capital Management. So all these things comes under HR. And when we say an application called industry specific, SAP supports all industries such as retail, oil and gas, it can be a real estate industry, anything. These are all the different applications available in ECC system. And for all these applications, we have standard tables as well as a custom defined tables. But as a BW consultant, or when we are working with BO reports, we will work with standard tables and standard data sources. Okay?
Yep.
So let me take a standard table. Let me show the standard table. To access any tables from ECC system, the transaction code is SC11. It opens the BAP dictionary initial screen, and in the box, you need to enter the database table name. Of course, I can send you the list of database table names available in different applications, whatever the applications we have discussed now. One such table is BBAK. This is a table from sales and distribution. In SAP, all tables, table names, and the columns are expressed in German language because SAP itself is a German company.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the reason this BBAK actually BBAK is a sales header document table. Instead of that, they give a name BBAK. Even the columns for this table are expressed in German. Let me show you the table columns. Click on display. See, these are all the different fields or columns. MA and DT, it's nothing but you can read the description, short description. It is client, and BBELN. It's a sales document. Like that, for every column name, by reading the description, we can understand the column name. Now let us
Yep.
see how many rows does this table contains. To check the number of rows or to execute this table, you can go to Utilities, Table Contents, Display. Click on the button Number of Entries. See here 10,508 records or entries are available in this table.
Yep.
As this is a custom defined table, as this is a standard table, we are not going to enter it manually. It comes by default. Close. Now this table BBAK has a data source as well. It has a standard data source. Let me mention the table here as BBAK, and this table has a standard data source, that is 2LIS underscore 11 underscore BAHDR. LIS stands for Logistics Information System. 11 is the application number, whereas BAHDR is the header data record.
Right.
Okay, so let me show you this data source in ECC. /n will take you to the home page. To view all different data sources, standard data sources for all standard tables of logistics, there is a transaction code called as LBWE. This is the transaction code wherein we can see all the logistics data sources, standard data sources of logistics. After providing the transaction code, press enter from your keyboard. Now you can see LO data extraction, that is logistics data extraction, and application 11, you can see SD sales BW. If you expand this, you're going to see the data source name. See here under data source, 2LIS
Yeah.
underscore 11 underscore VAHDR. So when we are working with ECC system, we are not going to create anything, neither a source table nor a data source. We're not going to create anything. Everything is ready for us. All we need to do is just pick the table or select the table and extract it to BW server. To extract this table to BW server, extract and load this table into BW server. There is a transaction code again. It is RSA3. Extract checker SAPI window opens. Now enter the data source name. The data source name is 2LIS underscore 11 underscore VAHDR. Then click on extraction button. Towards your left, you can see at the bottom extraction button.
Yeah.
6 function modules generate. Continue. Okay, now after extraction, even from here you can locate the data source. Let me take to let me check the data sources once again. /n LBWE will take you to the previous screen, that is logistics extraction. Say we have SD sales BW11, extract structure, everything is fine. Okay. Of course, we won't work with ECC. All we require is the table. The tables and the data sources from this particular server. This is a source server, so we don't require this actually. But I just wanted to show you the standard tables and standard data sources in ECC server. Okay, let me take this one, SD sales, SD billing BW, extract structure. This one is active, 2LIS underscore 13 underscore BDKON. Let me try with this. License. It's 13, not 3. On extraction view. Okay, currently that program has to so this server has some problem, but later on it will be up. This is the process. Okay.
Yeah.
So once your ECC tables or your BW info cubes, BW DSO, everything is ready. That's where we'll go to UDT or IDT and start creating the business layers or the universes. Now, coming to universes again. Welcome to 3, 4. Let me take a default universe, that is eFashion. As I told you, eFashion is a default universe. It has many joins. All these dimension tables are connected to fact table. When we double check on the joins, it will show you the join between tables and the cardinalities which has been defined. So as you know, what is joins? Joins between two tables.
Yeah.
Now in your PPT, I think so. There are different kinds of joins it has given there in the PPT which I sent you. UDT. Later on, you can refer that PPT on joins. But when it comes to cardinality, the cardinality is something which will give you an information on how many rows in one table match with the rows of another table.
Yeah.
That we call it as cardinality. For example, in this dialog box, edit join dialog box, you can see two different tables. Table 1 article lookup, table 2 article lookup criteria. And the common column for both these tables is article ID. So when I define cardinality, it is the one which gives you an information on how many rows is matching with the first table, how many rows of first table are matching with the rows of the second table. That we call it as cardinality. And in cardinality, we can either go for an automatic detection or we can detect manually. Did you understood about cardinality?
Yes.
Okay. Parcel is nothing but validated. Click OK. Now, we can also create in business objects alias tables. In a star schema model, in the definition of schemas, I told you schemas are database objects such as tables, indexes,
Yes.
synonyms, all these things I told you, right?
Yeah.
So these synonyms are nothing but we can use them for as an alias table. For example, go to Tools, Automatic Detection, detect alias. We can first detect whether there are any duplicates, duplicate names or duplicate tables, everything. We can detect this. Go to Tools, Automated Detection, Detect Aliases. As of now, it says no new aliases needed. So everything is perfect. Sometimes when you create manually, we can encounter with aliases. Let me create manually the same schema. Now I'm going to create manually to check for aliases. Go to File, New. So universe name and name it has. This is the universe name I've given. Connection, directly I'll choose default connection, that is eFashion. You can choose the connection from the drop down. This is an eFashion. Before proceeding further, click on test. Server is responding, click OK, then again click OK. So now I'm inserting tables. Go to Insert, Tables. I'll select only 3 tables, say article lookup, then shop fact, article lookup, shop fact, and product promotion fact. These are the 3 tables I have taken. One is dimension table, that is article lookup, and the other 2 are the fact tables. Insert, close. Now you can move these tables. You can keep them, you can arrange them properly. So these 2 fact tables, I'll pull them down. Now, I'm trying to do joins manually. The common column is article ID here. Link this article ID with the article ID of shop fact table, and again link this article ID with the article ID of promotion fact table. And internally link these 2 article IDs. Now try to detect, did we encountered loop or not? Go to Tools, Automated Detection, Detect Loops. Click OK. See here, it says loop has been detected. 1. This loop is not covered by any context. Of course, I'll tell you how a loop can be covered. It shows as of now one loop has been detected. This loop is nothing but it has been created between three tables. The definition for a loop is it is a closed path. You can see this loop is a closed path.
Yep.
That's the reason whenever while designing universe or business layer, if at all it detects any closed path, then you will get a notification there is a loop in the design.
Right.
Okay. Now how to break this loop or how to avoid this loop? We can avoid this loops by using aliases, by using the functionality called alias. Let me show you how to use the alias table and resolve this loop. Already we have detected a loop. Now I am going to create an alias table for article lookup. Right click on article lookup, alias. You can give any name. I name it as product lookup. Then click OK. Now this is just a name. I have given a different name, but the columns are same. If you have noticed, the columns of article lookup and the columns of product lookup both are same. The only thing is I have given an alias name. Understood, all of you?
Yep.
Okay. Now to break this alias, what I'll do is I will remove this join, the join between article lookup and product promotion pack, and I link these two, and from the alias table I link the join to my product promotion pack. Let's see now. Just let me see so that you can see alias is test. Okay, now let's detect for the loop. Go to tools. Automated detection. Detect loops. Click OK. Okay, again it's showing 1 of 1. Let me save this. Article to article. Article to article ID. Then I join between shop fact and product promotion fact. Of course, cardinality has not yet detected. Later on we can do that. But as of now, we want to see how an alias can be removed within the designing part. Alias is a closed path. Click on detect, it will take an automatic detection. Validate it by clicking on paths, click OK, and then OK. Make this as a dotted line. You can make this as a shortcut join. Check this box, shortcut join, validate it, click OK, then OK. Now you save, go to insert, go to tools, automated detection, detect loops. Click OK. No loop detected. Can you see here now? Because I have added an alias table, name product lookup, and I have changed this join as a shortcut join. Always, always a shortcut join. You can identify your shortcut join by using dotted lines. Okay, whenever you see a dotted lines in the designing part, that join, we call it as a shortcut join. Understood?
Yep.
So to detect loops, we use alias. Using alias, we can detect loop and you can resolve the loops. Okay? Alias is again very important concepts in the design. Of course, if at all we want to create classes and objects for these tables, we can also create here. We can go to insert, table, and then select the class. It's an article color lookup, insert. If you want directly, you can move this article color lookup towards your left. Let me close this. See here, article color lookup has been added towards your navigation path, towards the left. Then you can pick the columns. Whatever the columns you require for the query, you can pick those columns. So a loop can be resolved by using aliases as well as shortcut joins. That's what we have seen. Did you understood this? Or do you have any questions?
Yep. No questions.
Okay. Now in your PPT, after alias, you have something called as context. If you have the PPT, maybe you can, later on you can go through the PPT. After alias, we have contexts. You can also detect context. I'll tell you, context is, do you have PPT with you right away? Did it in front of you?
Do I have what?
PPT, the PowerPoint presentation which I have sent you.
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, yes.
Okay, is it open now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you search for aliases? After alias, you'll have context.
Okay.
Please, if you can find out, I'll tell you what are contexts. And also, I can give you an example.
Sure.
Could you able to locate?
I'm just going through it now.
Okay.
Yes, creating aliases in Designer.
Okay.
Now, yeah, what is context?
Okay. Context. Can you read out the definition?
So contexts are a collection of joins which provide a valid query path for business objects and web intelligence to generate SQL.
Yes. So when I say context, it's a collection of joins. For example, if you take here, we have 4 tables and we also have 4 joins. You can see here, there's a join between shop fact, article lookup. There is one join. Article lookup and alias table product lookup, second join. Product lookup, alias table and product promotion fact, third join. And product promotion fact and shop fact, it is a shortcut join. So your context is a collection of all these joins. Context is a collection of all these joins. To detect context, we'll go to tools again, automated detection, detect context. No new context needed because already we have resolved the loop. That's the reason as of now it says you don't require any new context, new contexts.
Yeah.
You can resolve loops using aliases, contexts, as well as shortcut joins. Okay?
Yep.
Then after context, what do you have in your PPT?
You mean after the definition?
Not definition. Not definition.
After.
No, after context, what do you have?
The slide after is detecting and creating context in Designer.
Okay, so it's like how to create context and all. It's a lab steps.
Yeah, so loop detection routines are just candidates for both aliases and context.
Okay.
Detect context, detects and proposes lists of context.
Okay.
And then insert context into context menu.
Okay. 1 minute. Let me open the PPT.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm opening the PPT. 1 moment. Can you tell me the page number, slide number?
46
Okay.
for detecting and creating context.
Okay. It's open. 46, right?
Correct, yes.
Yes, detecting and creating context in designer. Of course, these are all the navigational steps. If at all there is a loop, then we will either go for alias or shortcut join, or we are going to create a context. Of course, in UDT, we have something called as chasm trap and fan trap. This option is not available in your IDT, so we can see this later. Traps. Of course, you know what is class and objects. They are given the definitions here. Creating classes and objects. We know how to create class, how to edit it, rename it, how to select the data type. The next one is hierarchies. This is very important. We create object hierarchies to allow users to perform multidimensional analysis. Of course, all this analysis we are going to learn in Web Intelligence Reporting Tool. Okay, in Web Intelligence Reporting Tool, we can see how we can go for different hierarchies, how we can move from one level to the next level down, or the next level up. That we call it as hierarchy. Why do you use hierarchies? It allows users, or multidimensional analysis allows users to observe data from various viewpoints. This enables them to spot trends or exceptions in the data. Okay, the main purpose of multidimensional analysis or hierarchies is it will allows the users to observe data from various viewpoints.
Yep. Okay.
The users can view the data, monthly data or weekly data or quarterly data, everyday data. Okay.
Yep.
This option it's available in Web Intelligence, the reporting component.
Okay.
So this is an example of hierarchy they have given. For example, geography, continent, country, region, city, products. The hierarchy goes this way: category, brand, product. If it's time, year, quarter, month, week, and day. So you can also mix hierarchies like continent, country, category, brand, product, so on. Okay.
Yep.
Setting up of hierarchies. In UDT, we have an option on how to set up hierarchies. Let me open the remote again. Here in UDT, to set up hierarchies, you can go to tools, you can see here hierarchy. As of now, there's only one table, article lookup. I can add the hierarchy. Select the table, add it to the custom hierarchies. Of course, The default hierarchy is article ID, color code, label, so on. I can customize this hierarchy. Maybe article ID, I want article label. Then article label, I want category, and then I want color code and color label. Then afterwards, I want family name, then sales price. After family name, say I want family code, then sales price. Now did you understood? So whatever the hierarchy the designer chooses here, the end user who is working on the reporting component, he can use this hierarchy setup, the same setup he can use it in his reporting requirements.
Right.
Okay, he cannot change the hierarchy. Only the designer can change it either in UDT or in IDT.
Okay.
Okay, this is how we set up a hierarchy. I could have given this the same screenshot. See the same one here. Setting up a hierarchy. They have given the navigation steps for setting up of hierarchy. Testing the integrity of universe. It's like after doing everything, after adding joins or after adding cardinalities, after setting up hierarchies, after doing all the work, we can test, we can make an integrity check. You have that option here. Go to tools, check integrity. You can check all. You can check the structure of the universe, you can validate objects, validate joins, you can validate conditions, check for loops and check for context. Click OK. You see? Okay, so this is how your integrity check will display. Then click OK. Now, did you understood hierarchy?
Yeah.
The next one. This already we did, integrity check. Next one is aggregate awareness. What is this aggregate awareness is? It's a term that describes the ability of a universe to make use of aggregate tables in a database. The advantage of your UDT or IDT is, if at all there are any aggregate tables in a database or in a BW system, these aggregate tables, the universe can directly use these aggregate tables. So we can call those aggregate tables which are available in your databases by using the syntax called @aggregate aware. This one. @aggregate aware. Understood, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what is the purpose of aggregates? See here, the second paragraph, it says using aggregate tables speeds up the execution of queries, improving the performance of SQL transactions.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see these aggregates in the universe. For example, if I open the previous default universe eFashion, let me open that default universe eFashion. In this universe, if you have noticed, these two tables are nowhere linked with your star schema. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So these two tables are the aggregate tables. You can see the table name there, AGG underscore Y underscore QT, the first table, then the second table AGG underscore. So these two are the aggregate tables wherein they will not be linked with any of the tables. These tables are available in the universe, but at the same time, they were nowhere linked with any of the dimension tables or fact tables.
Yeah.
So they've given all the navigation steps. So do you have any questions in this aggregations?
No.
Okay. After aggregation, the next one is next one is after aggregation. Okay. These are the syntaxes of aggregate function. List of values. After this aggregates, we have something called list of values. See here, list of values is a list that contains the data values associated with an object. The list of value can contain data from two types of data source. You can see here in this universe, for example, if you take, last time I've shown you article lookup, I want to see the values. Right click on article lookup, table values. Okay, these are all the table values of article lookup. So these table values can contain data from multiple data sources. It can be from a database file or it can be from an external file. It supports both. Controlling how to create this list of values. If at all you want to create a list of values, what you need to do is go back to your universe, right click on any table in the universe. You can click on this option, view associated objects. So in this outlet lookup, these are all the associated objects. So let me take city, double click on city. If you notice properties, if you go to properties tab, you can see here, associate a list of values.
Yep.
And there are some checklists. Allow users to edit this list of values. Automatic refresh before use. So all these checklists we can check based on the requirement. That is your list of values. They are nothing but the values which are associated with any of the above three objects, such as dimension object or detail object or a measure object. Did you understood?
Yep.
Now click OK. Now that's what they are showing here in this slide. Adding a list of files. These are all like you can do that. Do all these things in a UDT. When we are talking about measure object, in my yesterday session I told you, it's derived from an aggregate function. Count,
Okay.
sum, minimum and or maximum. Yesterday while creating measure object I have shown you. By clicking on the drop down, I have selected any one of this aggregate function, right?
Yeah. I'm interested, is average an aggregate function?
Sorry?
In terms of the aggregate functions, is there average as well?
Yes, there's an average as well. Of course, here they have mentioned only count, sum, minimum or maximum. They have given few, even average.
Okay.
Okay? So your measure object always comes with an aggregate function by default. Okay, now inserting a user object. Inserting user object is nothing but if at all you want to insert any object from an extension file into a universe, you can insert that object. Objects are nothing but it can be a dimension object, detail object, or a measure object. So these are the standard objects which came by default along with these tables. If at all you want to insert a new object, right click, object. Of course, say your object name is customer. Then from where you want to take, select. As if now it's displaying from here. You can also insert object from a different source, not only from the same source, from a different source or from a different file extension. You can insert a customized object. Okay?
Yep.
That's what it says about insert object. Linked universes. Linked universes, of course, this option is not available in your IDT, but it's there in UDT. If at all you want to link two universes, say suppose there is one universe called eFashion, and there is another universe called, say, Resort Universe. If at all you want to link these two universes, we need to make sure there is a common column from both the universes. It's like just a join. If at all you want to join two tables, you need to look for a common column. Only then you can perform a join. The same thing applies here if at all you want to link two different universes. Understood? This option is... Yes, you're asking something.
Nope.
Okay. So if at all we want to link two universes, there must be a common column. This option is not available in your IDT. It's only in UDT. They have explained all about this linked universes, master approach, kernel approach, so on. Saving a universe, of course, it's very easy to save. They have given all the navigation steps here. To set up a print option for the universe, all these things we don't require, setting up a print option and all. This point is important. Saving a universe. After saving universe, there's something called, we are going to, not even printing, after printing, this one, distributing universes. Once the universe is designed, or once the business layer is designed, you have inserted all the tables, you have created joins, you have detected loops, you have detected, say, some contexts, you have also created custom objects or standard objects like dimension, detail, or measure objects. After creating all these universes and after saving the universes, we can distribute the universe in two ways. See here, there are two ways to distribute a universe. One is using the business objects repository. That's what we did. After creating, say, universe, what I did, I went to File, then I have exported it. Exported to an administrator, thereby selecting the repository. If it's in IDT, what I did yesterday, I have selected an OLAP connection. There is a universe connection. Right-clicked on it and published, and selected the option Publish Business Layer to a repository. Do you remember? Yesterday I did that.
Yep.
Only after publishing, your end user can access that universe objects. So there are two ways to distribute a universe. One is using the business objects repository and the other one through the file system. But we use the first method, business objects repository. And I've shown you the navigation steps how to distribute the universes. Migrating a universe from one domain to another domain. For example, you have developed a universe in one domain, that is, say, you have developed it in the production domain. Now, you want to again migrate this universe, which is created in one domain, to a different domain. We can do that by using the following steps. But your training server doesn't support migrating a universe. It doesn't support printing a universe. It also doesn't support migrating a universe. This is a training server.
Okay.
Okay, if at all you want to migrate, this server has to be configured with a different server. Only then you can migrate from one domain of the server to the other domain of the server. Even the same thing applies for printing. It has to be, the universe has to be configured. The universe which is created on a machine, it has to be configured with the settings of the printer. Only then you can print the universe.
Right.
And your training server doesn't support it. So now did you understood about universe? Because in the last slides, you can see there are exercises. And how to insert a join, how to create joins, set cardinalities, how to detect loops, all these things. Maybe like you can practice. So with this, we have completed the modeling part of business objects, universe designing tool as well as information designing tool.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's interesting. So when it comes to ID, I mean, I think the bulk of the work that we did was on UDT.
Yes.
So in terms of IDT, I mean, is there anything more to IDT in particular that?
Okay, in terms of IDT, what they did is SAP, they have simplified the things. In IDT, they have simplified the things. Let me show you that. If I open IDT, Welcome 1, 2, 3, 4. Expand the repository, universes. These are the different universes which we have created. For example, we have created this one, business layer underscore SS underscore OLAP. For this universe, this is the query. These are the objects we have used. Store ID, country, and revenue, right?
Yep.
So all these things, for all these things, the original tables were created in BW server. That's what I've shown you. Then in the BW server, from BW server, we have loaded all the data into InfoCube, and this InfoCube, we have, on top of the InfoCube, we have created a business query, BEX query, and that BEX query contains these objects. And finally, an end user can use these objects in the reporting tool. If it's a relational universe, only for a relational universe, we are going to create a data foundation. Like in UDT just now, you saw I have inserted some tables and I have made joins. All these things I did, right?
Yeah.
That is for a relational database.
Yep.
But for OLAP database, like BW or any other OLAP database, we are not going to insert any tables. We are not going to perform any joins, loops, all these things. Because everything will be done in their respective systems. If it's a BW, it will be done in a BW modeling. If it is some other OLAP, say Oracle has its own OLAP database, that is Hyperion, they'll create all the modeling in that Hyperion system. We, as a business objects developer, we are not going to design anything additionally either in UDT or in IDT. All we do is just we'll create a connectivity between this designing tool to that database. We'll pull the structure and we will create a business layer and we will publish this business layer to a repository so that the end user can access this business layer. Okay? For example, if it is a relational, we were in UDT, I've opened eFashion. The same eFashion is available here. See here, in this eFashion, you can see all the objects, time period, everything. But above this eFashion.unx, there is another eFashion. Did you notice here? There's one more eFashion.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the eFashion which is designed in UDT, whereas the below one is designed in IDT.
Right.
Okay? Did you understood the difference?
Yep.
Okay. So this is about your designing components. One is UDT and the other one is IDT. Okay?
Okay. So now we're moving on to reporting.
Yes. After this, so we are moving to reporting. So it's like we are, whatever the source files we have access from a flat file or an ECC or a BW, from here we are going to move to all these things we are accessed using UDT and IDT. So with these We have established a connection and we try to access all the objects. Now we will start with the reporting components. We have different reporting components. One is browser-based reporting components, that is called as Web Intelligence. The other one is a client-based, that is Web I or Web Intelligence Rich Client. Both are almost same. One is browser, other one is a client version. Then we also have Crystal reports for enterprise.
Yeah.
After this reporting components, we will move to dashboard components. Okay.
Sure.
So
So basically, I mean, by the end of the course, what I've learned all three. So web intelligence, web rich client, and crystal reports.
yes, you're going to see all the three, but you're going to focus only on one.
Okay. And that's web,
Okay.
web I?
Yes, WebI, because most of the clients they use WebI.
Web intelligence.
When it
Okay.
comes to dashboards, you're
Yeah.
going to see both Lumira as well as Design Studio, but you're going to focus more on Lumira.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay?
Excellent.
Yes. Right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. So tomorrow, what time are we going to meet?
I mean, to be honest, one second. Let me just check something.
Yes.
I could start probably 11. I'll be free from 11 a.m.
Okay, you're free from 11. Okay, fine. Then we'll start from 11. Okay?
Okay. And go until when?
We will do first for 2 hours, and then we'll
Okay.
do a break, and
Okay.
then again we'll continue.
Okay. The session in total will be how long?
It depends again, maybe, actually I thought maybe we'll do it for maybe around 5 to 6 hours.
Sure. Okay. So in that case, that's good. So in interest, so how long will the breaks be in that case?
Breaks maybe 20 minutes, 2 breaks.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Yeah. So see you tomorrow at 11. Okay?
Great.
Yeah.
See you then.
Yeah. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.